Hello and welcome. Find a place of perfect comfort, a place where your body can release all of its cares and your mind can begin to drift. Let the weight of the day dissolve, melting away with each soft breath you take, in and out. There is nothing for you to do now, nowhere you need to be, except here, in this quiet space we have created together. Tonight, we are embarking on a journey, not a journey of miles, but of ages. We will become gentle archaeologists of the dream world, sifting through the soft sands of time to uncover the faint outlines of worlds that have long since vanished. We will walk through the silent cities and listen for the echoes of their songs, their myths, their mysteries. These are not stories of endings, but of echoes, of civilizations that have simply drifted away, like islands of mist on the horizon of memory. So allow your eyes to close, if they haven't already. Feel the gentle pull of slumber, a warm and welcoming tide drawing you out into a deep and peaceful sea. Our voyage begins now on the sun-drenched shores of the ancient world, on the island of Crete. Imagine, if you will, a light, a warm, golden light that seems to emanate not just from the sun, but from the very sea itself. You are drifting towards an island bathed in this light, a jewel set in the deep, shimmering blue of the Aegean. This is Crete, an ancient land, a cradle of stories. The air that greets you as you draw near is thick with the scent of wild thyme, of sun-baked earth, and the faint, sweet perfume of olive groves that climb the rolling hills. The sounds are soft, the gentle hush of waves against a pebbled shore, the distant, rhythmic chirp of cicadas singing their timeless song to the sun, the whisper of a warm breeze moving through cypress trees. You find yourself standing on a path of worn, honey-colored stone. The sun is a gentle weight on your shoulders, a comforting warmth that sinks deep into your body, loosening every muscle, calming every thought. The path leads you inland, away from the sparkling sea, towards the heart of the island. You are walking into the past, into a time of peace and artistry, a time before the great heroes and their great wars. You are walking towards the palace of Knossos. It is not a fortress. There are no great, intimidating walls, no battlements designed to keep the world out. Instead, it feels open, welcoming. The structure rises before you, not as a single, monolithic building, but as a sprawling, complex tapestry of rooms and courtyards, of colonnades and staircases, all flowing into one another like a gentle river. It is a place built for life, for ceremony, for the sun. The stones beneath your feet are warm. They have held the memory of thousands of summers, and they share that warmth with you now. You step from the bright sunlight of a vast central courtyard into the cool, welcome shade of a portico. The air here is still and smells of ancient dust and dry plaster. Your eyes adjust to the gentle dimness, and you begin to see the colors. Deep, earthy reds, the color of rich soil, of wine, of life itself. Luminous, impossible blues, the color of the deepest sea, of a twilight sky, of a dream. These colors are not faded by the millennia. In this quiet space of your mind, they are as vibrant as the day they were painted. You are surrounded by frescoes, by stories painted on the walls. You see dolphins, their sleek bodies captured in a moment of joyful, weightless flight, leaping through a sea of pure blue. They are not mere animals. They are the spirit of the sea made visible, a celebration of the life-giving water that surrounds this island kingdom. There are no scenes of battle here, no images of conquest or kings boasting of their might. There are processions of people, women and men with long, dark, curling hair, their faces serene and graceful. They carry lilies, the sacred flower of the island, and their elegant forms seem to sway with a silent, rhythmic music. You drift deeper into the palace, your footsteps making no sound. You find yourself in a small, intimate chamber, perhaps the sanctuary of a queen or a priestess. Here, the walls are alive with griffins, majestic creatures with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. But these are not fearsome monsters. They are regal and calm, painted with a delicate touch, seated peacefully amongst reeds and papyrus flowers. They are guardians, not of treasure, but of tranquility. They watch over this space with an eternal, silent patience, and their presence fills the room with a profound sense of peace. You feel safe here, protected by the gentle power of this ancient art. You notice recurring symbols, spiraling patterns that mimic the waves of the sea and the unfurling of a fern. You see the image of the double axe, the E, carved into the stone pillars. It is not a weapon of war, but a sacred symbol, perhaps representing the dualities of life and death, of sun and moon, of the earth and the sky. And everywhere, you feel the presence of the goddess. She is there in the form of a woman with snakes winding around her arms, a powerful, serene figure who is not a distant deity in the heavens, but a tangible presence of the earth itself. She is the spirit of the land, the source of all life, her calm gaze assuring you that all is well, that you are part of the great turning cycle of existence. You breathe in the cool, still air of the palace, and you breathe out all tension. You are simply here, a quiet observer in a world of beauty and peace. A soft, rhythmic, and almost hypnotic drumbeat begins very faintly in the background. Your gentle wandering leads you back towards the light of the central courtyard, and here you see it, the most famous image of this lost world, the bull leapers, a vast fresco, dynamic and full of life. In the center is a magnificent bull, a creature of immense power and energy, its body a sweeping curve of muscle, its horns reaching towards the sky. The bull is not depicted as a monster to be slain, but as a sacred force of nature, a partner in a dangerous and beautiful dance. And the lepers, they are poetry in motion. One figure, slight and graceful, vaults over the bull's back in a perfect, fluid arc. Another, having completed the leap, lands on the ground with an artist's poise. A third prepares to meet the bull, hands outstretched, not in fear, but in focus. Their movements are so light, so effortless, they seem to defy gravity. This is not a violent spectacle. It is a ritual, a sacred ballet where human courage and agility meet the raw power of nature, not in conflict, but in a breathtaking moment of harmony. You watch the scene, mesmerized. The slow, rhythmic beat you hear seems to be the heartbeat of this ancient ritual, a beat that connects the earth, the animal, and the human. It speaks of a deep respect for the wild, untamable energy of life and the courage it takes to dance with it. There is a lesson here, a quiet wisdom about facing great power not with aggression, but with grace, with reverence, with a deep understanding of rhythm and flow. You feel this wisdom settling into your own body, a sense of calm capability, of peaceful strength. The sun begins to lower in the sky, casting long, soft shadows across the courtyard. The stones around you seem to sigh, releasing the last of the day's heat. And as the light changes, the palace itself seems to change with it. The straight lines of the courtyards and corridors begin to feel more complex, more winding. The endless rooms and staircases, leading up to unseen levels and down into cool, dark storerooms, begin to feel like a puzzle, a maze, a labyrinth. The word itself may have come from the sacred axe, the house of the double axe, this palace. This is the labyrinth of the myth. Not a dark and terrifying prison built to contain a monster, but a vibrant, living center of a sophisticated culture, so complex and dazzling to outsiders that it could only be described as a maze. And what of the monster? The Minotaur? Allow that myth to soften in your mind. Let the fearsome image of the beast dissolve and consider something else. Imagine not a monster, but a priest. A man wearing a sacred mask in the form of a bull's head, performing a holy ritual in the deepest chambers of this palace. A figure of immense religious power, the human embodiment of the sacred bull you saw in the fresco. To an outsider, a visitor from a different land with different beliefs, what would they see? They might see a terrifying half-man, half-bull, a creature of incomprehensible power at the heart of a confusing, maze-like world. A myth, perhaps, is just a story told from the outside, a misunderstanding of a deep and beautiful truth. There is no monster here. There is only the echo of a forgotten faith, a reverence for the power of nature that was so profound it wore a human face and a bull's horns. The labyrinth is not a place of fear, but a place of ceremony. Its winding paths are not meant to trap you, but to guide you on a journey inward, to the sacred center of being. And as you stand in the twilight of this ancient place, you feel that truth resonate within you. You are safe. You are at the center. You are at peace. The sky is now a canvas of deep orange and soft violet. The day is ending. A profound stillness settles over the palace of Knossos. The cicadas have fallen silent. The breeze has died down. The world seems to be holding its breath. You look north, out across the sea. On the horizon, another island is visible, a dark silhouette against the dying light. The island of Thera, known to us now as Santorini. And as you watch, something impossible begins to happen. The sun has already set, but the horizon begins to glow with a fierce, unnatural light, a deep, pulsing red. There is no loud explosion, no violent shockwave. This is a story for sleep, and so the cataclysm is a silent one. It unfolds with the slow, inexorable grace of a dream. A column of smoke and ash, darker than a thundercloud, begins to rise from the distant island. It climbs higher and higher into the heavens, blotting out the first stars. It spreads across the sky like ink spilled in water, a vast and terrible flower blooming in the twilight. The golden light of sunset is choked by a veil of gray. A fine, soft powder, like a dark snowfall, begins to drift down from the sky. It settles on the vibrant frescoes, muting their brilliant reds and blues. It coats the horns of the sacred bull. It dusts the shoulders of the lily bearers, a gentle, silent blanket of ash covering everything. The air grows cooler. The world feels changed. A low, deep vibration travels through the earth, not a shaking, but a hum that you feel in the soles of your feet and the bones of your chest. It is the sound of a mountain breathing its last, a sound from the very heart of the world. It is a sound of immense and final change. This was not the end of the Minoan people, not all at once, but it was the beginning of the end. The great wave that would follow, the poisoned fields, the darkened skies, a slow fading of a brilliant light. A culture that lived in harmony with nature was now faced with nature's most indifferent and awesome power. You stand in the quiet halls of Knossos as this soft, gray dust continues to fall. There is no panic here, no fear. There is only a deep and profound sense of stillness, a moment of transition. It is the feeling of an age coming to a close, as gently as a book being closed by a careful hand. The vibrant, sun-drenched world is being put to sleep, tucked beneath a blanket of volcanic ash. The last of the light fades from the sky. The world is now lit only by the faint, ghostly glow of the distant eruption. The palace around you is a place of shadows and secrets, its stories now sealed, waiting for a far distant future to be rediscovered. You feel a sense of release, of letting go. Just as this civilization is letting go of its hold on the world, you can let go of your hold on the day. Let go of your thoughts. Let go of your worries. Allow them to be covered by the soft, settling ash of slumber. Allow them to become quiet and still. The journey through Crete is over. The palace is now sleeping, dreaming of dolphins and griffins, of graceful lepers and a goddess of the earth. It will sleep for 1,000 years, and then 1,000 more. And you too can now drift into a sleep just as deep, just as timeless. Let the silence of Knossos fill you. Let the peace of the ages be your own. Rest now, drift now. The deep, dark, quiet sea of sleep is calling you home. There are more stories to uncover, more lost worlds to find, but not now. For now, there is only this perfect, peaceful stillness. Sleep now. Sleep. The soft gray ash of Thera settles like a final, whispered word over the sleeping palace of Knossos. It is a blanket of silence, a gentle closing of a chapter written in vibrant red and brilliant blue. And as one world is tucked away into memory, you continue to drift. Not waking, but simply floating onwards, carried on a current of time that flows between the worlds of what was and what is yet to be dreamed. The ash, so fine and cool, begins to change. It warms under an unseen sun, its gray hue slowly blushing into the color of ochre, of terracotta, of sun-baked earth. The scent of the sea and volcanic dust fades, replaced by the dry, clean fragrance of ancient dust and distant, slow-moving water. You are drifting now over a vast and level plain, a landscape of immense and quiet scale. The sky above is a dome of deepening indigo, and below, the land is a tapestry of muted browns and golds. A great river, wide and unhurried, snakes its way across the plain. It does not sparkle like the Aegean, but holds the light of the setting sun in its silken brown surface, a ribbon of molten bronze flowing towards the horizon. This is the Indus, a mother of civilizations, its waters heavy with the silt and secrets of millennia. And there, rising from the earth beside the river, is a city. It is not a city of mythic beasts and sea kings, but a city of profound and ordered silence. From this gentle height, you can see its design, laid out with an impossible precision. Streets run in perfect, straight lines, creating a grid of remarkable clarity, a pattern of intention etched upon the earth. The buildings are uniform, built from millions upon millions of fired bricks, all the same warm, earthy color. There are no towering palaces or monumental temples that scream for attention. There is only a quiet, democratic grandeur, the grandeur of a people who built not for gods or for kings, but for each other. Let your awareness drift down now, as softly as a falling leaf, until your feet touch the warm, dusty ground of a wide, straight avenue. The air is still and warm, wrapping around you like a linen shroud. The sun has just dipped below the horizon, and the western sky is a blaze of orange and soft violet. The light is thick, almost tangible, filling the spaces between the silent brick buildings with a golden haze. dust motes, ancient and fine, dance in the final rays of light, each a tiny spark of history. Listen. The only sound is the whisper of a gentle breeze as it moves through the empty doorways and along the arrow-straight streets. It is a silence that is not empty, but full. It is filled with the weight of 5,000 years, with the echoes of footfalls, the murmur of conversations in a lost tongue, the distant laughter of children. The city is empty, but it is not dead. It is sleeping, a deep, deep sleep. This is Mohenjo-Daro, the Mound of the Dead, a name given to it long after its own people had forgotten what they called it. But there is no feeling of death here, only of a profound and settled peace. You begin to walk, your own steps making no sound on the brick-paved road. The walls on either side of you are high, creating a canyon of brick and shadow. The uniformity is soothing. There is a rhythm to the city, a mathematical poetry in its construction. Every brick seems to have been made with care, fired to a perfect hardness and laid with a steady hand. This was a place of order, of stability, of a deep and abiding calm. As you wander, you notice something remarkable running alongside the street. A channel lined with precisely fitted bricks, sloping gently downwards. It is a drain, part of a network of sanitation that ran through the entire city, a system more advanced than any other in the ancient world. From the houses, smaller clay pipes and chutes fed into these main channels, carrying away the wastewater, keeping the city clean, keeping its people healthy. Imagine for a moment the sound of water that once flowed here, a gentle, constant trickle, a liquid whisper that was the lifeblood of the city's hygiene. It speaks of a people who understood the importance of purity, of cleanliness, a people who valued communal well-being. It is a quiet testament to a society built on cooperation and foresight, a society that planned for generations, that cared for the health of the whole. There is a deep comfort in this thought, a comfort in knowing that such order once existed and that its echo remains, baked into the very clay of the earth. You turn a corner, following the gentle slope of the land, and find yourself in a more open space. Before you is a large raised mound of earth and brick, what archaeologists call the citadel. You feel a gentle pull to ascend, and you follow a wide staircase of worn, ancient brick. With each step upwards, the view of the silent city expands around you. It stretches out in the twilight, a vast grid of homes and workshops, all sleeping under the rising stars. At the summit of the mound, you come to a place of special stillness. Here, in the heart of the citadel, is a great, sunken rectangle. It is the Great Bath. Steps lead down from all sides into the empty, brick-lined basin. The floor and walls were sealed with bitumen, a natural tar to make it waterproof. And even now, in the faint starlight, you can see the dark sheen of it between the bricks. The water is long gone, vanished into the dry air thousands of years ago, but you can feel its presence. You can almost see it, a vast, still mirror of water, reflecting the moon and the silent stars. This was not a place for swimming, but for ceremony, for ritual purification. Imagine the people who came here, priests or elders, or perhaps ordinary citizens preparing for a sacred festival. Imagine them descending these steps, one by one, the silence broken only by the soft lapping of the water. Imagine the cool, cleansing touch of the water on their skin, washing away not just the dust of the city, but the burdens of the mind. It was a place for renewal, for finding a quiet center. Let yourself feel that sense of cleansing now, as you stand at the edge of this ancient, sacred pool. Let the quiet of this place wash over you. Let the stillness seep into your bones. There are no demands here, no questions to be answered. There is only the deep, resonant silence of the bricks, the vast, starry sky above, and the gentle peace of a world long past. Breathe in the warm, dry air, and as you breathe out, release any thoughts that hold you. Let them dissolve, just as the water in this bath dissolved into the air, leaving only a sense of pure, clean emptiness. You feel a desire to look closer, to understand more, not with your mind, but with your heart. You drift away from the great bath, towards the crumbling walls of what might have been a granary or a great hall. There, half buried in the soft dust, is a small, square object. You reach down and pick it up. It is cool and smooth to the touch, carved from a soft, white stone called steatite. It fits perfectly in the palm of your hand. You hold it up to the light of the rising moon. On its surface is an exquisite carving. An animal stands in profile, elegant and strong. It has the body of a bull, but from its head springs a single, majestic horn that curves forwards. A unicorn. Before it stands an object that might be a sacred brazier or an altar. And above the animal, there is a line of symbols. They are beautiful. A small diamond shape, a figure that looks like a person holding a bow, a shape like a jar, a fish. This is the Indus script, the language of this silent city, frozen in stone. And it is a complete mystery. No one in our time can read these words. The key to their meaning has been lost, perhaps forever. We do not know if this line of symbols describes the animal, or the name of the seal's owner, or a prayer, or a line of a forgotten poem. And in that not knowing, there is a profound peace. You do not need to analyze it. You do not need to decipher it. You are simply invited to look, to appreciate the beauty and the mystery of the elegant shapes. It is a message sent across 5,000 years, its meaning transformed from language into pure feeling, a feeling of wonder, a feeling of connection to a people so distant, yet whose art you can hold in your hand. You let your fingers trace the smooth, cool lines of the carving. The stone seems to hum with a faint, ancient energy. What other secrets does this city hold? You continue to wander, the small stone seal warm now in your hand. You pass through the ruins of houses, their layouts still clear. A central courtyard with smaller rooms opening off it. You can almost smell the scent of cooking fires, hear the soft sound of a potter's wheel, the rhythmic clack of a loom. These were the homes of merchants, of craftspeople, of families. Their lives were orderly, prosperous, and peaceful. In all the excavations of this vast civilization, archaeologists have found very few weapons. It seems they were a people who did not glorify war. They built great cities and complex trade networks, not mighty armies. You find another seal, this one more famous, more potent. You know it from pictures, but to see it now in this dream space is to feel its power directly. It is the seal of the seated figure. Here, in the center, is a person, or perhaps a god, sitting in a yogic pose, heels pressed together. The figure may have 3 faces, one looking forward, 2 in profile. Upon its head is a magnificent headdress of horns, framing a tall, fan-like structure. The figure is surrounded by animals, an elephant and a tiger to one side, a rhinoceros and a water buffalo to the other. Below the dais, 2 deer rest peacefully. This is the Pashupati, the lord of animals, a proto-Shiva, some believe, a shaman in communion with the spirits of the wild, a god of fertility and power. Again, we do not know. The silence of the city guards its secrets well. But look at the image. Feel its balance, its harmony. The central figure is one of complete, meditative calm, yet radiating an immense, quiet power. The wild animals are not his subjects to be dominated, but his companions. They exist together in a state of natural, peaceful integration. It is an image of the union between the civilized and the wild, the human and the animal, the spirit and the flesh. It speaks of a worldview where humanity was not separate from nature, but a part of its intricate, sacred web. Hold this image in your mind, the calm, seated figure, the powerful, peaceful animals. It is an icon for your own journey into sleep, a state of quiet, centered power, where all the different parts of your being, your thoughts, your feelings, your body, can rest together in harmony. But where did these people go? Why did this vast, orderly, and peaceful civilization simply fade away? There was no single, dramatic end, no great battle, no volcanic eruption. The end of this civilization was as quiet and gradual as its life. It was a slow, long exhale. As you ponder this, you find yourself drawn back towards the river. You stand on its high bank, looking down at the dark, silken water flowing endlessly by. The moon is high now, and its light shimmers on the slow-moving current. Perhaps it was the river itself, the life-giving Indus, which nourished their fields of wheat and barley, could also be a force of change. Over centuries, perhaps the great river slowly, almost imperceptibly, shifted its course. The water that fed the city's canals and irrigated its fields began to move away, leaving the land drier and less fertile. And so the people, practical and patient, followed the water. Not in a panicked exodus, but a slow migration, family by family, generation by generation, until the great brick city was left empty, its streets given over to the wind and the dust. It is a gentle image of letting go, of following the natural flow of life. Or perhaps it was the sky. The life-giving monsoon rains, which they depended on, may have become less reliable. A subtle shift in the climate over hundreds of years. The droughts grew longer, the harvests grew smaller. The rhythm of their world fell out of sync. And so they moved on, seeking new lands, new sources of water, leaving their ancestral homes to sleep by the riverbed. A slow fading, like the light at the end of a long summer day. And as some people left, others arrived, not as conquerors, but as new voices on the wind. Nomadic peoples from the north and west, with their own gods, their own songs. You can almost hear it now, a new sound mingling with the ancient silence, the faint, distant echo of a chant, a hymn from a collection of sacred verses called the Rig Veda. These new people sang of a god of thunder and rain, of a sacred fire, of a ritual drink. Their world was different, but perhaps the old world did not vanish entirely. Perhaps it simply dissolved, its beliefs and its bloodlines mingling with the newcomers, creating something new. The spirit of the Lord of Animals, the reverence for water purification, a peaceful, ordered way of life. Perhaps these things flowed on, like the river itself, into the great ocean of a new culture, changing it, enriching it, living on in ways we can no longer trace. The mystery is not a problem to be solved. It is a poem to be felt. The story of the Indus Valley is a lullaby of deep time. It reminds us that even great and powerful things can have a gentle end. That change can be as slow and quiet as a river changing its course. That not all questions need an answer. You sit now on the bank of the great, dark river. The air has cooled, and a profound stillness has settled over the world. The ruins of Mohenjo-Daro behind you are a soft, dark silhouette against a sky overflowing with stars. You can see the entire sweep of the Milky Way, a river of light mirroring the river of water at your feet. In your hand, you still hold the small stone seal. You run your thumb over the elegant, unreadable script and over the smooth body of the unicorn. It is a key to a door that is locked, but it doesn't matter. It is beautiful, just as it is. A perfect, quiet mystery. You feel a deep sense of peace descending upon you. The peace of the sleeping city. The peace of the slow-flowing river. The peace of the silent, watching stars. There is nothing left to do, nothing to figure out. You have walked the streets of a city of order. You have stood by the waters of a sacred bath. You have held a message you cannot read from a people you can never know. And it is enough. Let the gentle current of the Indus River guide your thoughts now. Imagine each thought as a leaf, placed gently upon the water's surface. Watch as it is caught by the slow, steady flow and carried away downstream towards the distant sea. Do not follow it, just watch it go. Another thought arrives. Place it on the water. Let it drift away. Let the silence of Mohenjo-Daro become your own inner silence. Let the order of its streets bring a sense of calm and structure to your own resting mind. Let the mystery of its script give you permission to let go of the need to know, the need to understand. All that is required now is rest. Deep, peaceful, restorative rest. The warm, dry air, the soft, brown water, the ancient, sleeping bricks, they are all here to hold you, to soothe you. You are safe. You are at peace. Drift now. Drift with the river. Drift into the deep, silent, star-filled night. Drift into the vast and welcoming mystery of sleep. Deep, deep sleep. The small carved seal in your hand feels cool and smooth, a perfect weight of history resting in your palm. The great Indus River flows before you, a wide, dark ribbon under a sky so clear it seems to hold every star that ever was. The moonlight turns the slow current to liquid silver, and on the far bank, the silent brick city of Mohenjo-Daro is a soft, deep shadow, a memory asleep on the earth. You feel a profound peace here, a stillness that has seeped from the ancient city into the very air. You are a quiet witness to a world that left no grand stories of its ending, only the deep, resonant silence of its orderly streets. Now, allow your gaze to lift from the shimmering water and return to the stars. Watch as the brilliant band of the Milky Way, that river of celestial dust, begins to flow. Let your focus soften. The pinpricks of light blur ever so slightly, and the constellations you know so well seem to melt and reform into new patterns. New stories written in fire across the velvet dark. A gentle current of air, warmer now and heavier with moisture, breathes across your face. The scent of dry earth and river water begins to fade, replaced by something new, a deep, green fragrance of damp soil, of heavy blossoms unfurling in the dark, of leaves so dense and numerous they create their own atmosphere. The soft lapping of the Indus grows distant, and a new chorus of sound rises to meet you. So gentle at first, you might mistake it for the whisper of your own thoughts. It is the sound of life, a soft, percussive symphony of a million tiny beings. The gentle, rhythmic chirping of unseen insects. the distant, guttural call of a monkey, not with alarm, but with a deep, throaty murmur that says, the air itself seems to hum with a low, resonant energy. You feel yourself drifting, not in a boat, but in consciousness itself. You are floating on that river of stars, across oceans and continents, carried on a warm, humid breeze until you feel the softest of landings. You are no longer on the open plains of the Indus. You are standing now at the edge of a great, breathing darkness. A wall of green, so thick and tall it seems to be the very edge of the world. Your feet rest on soft earth, cushioned by centuries of fallen leaves. A colossal tree, a kapok, rises beside you, its pale bark glowing faintly in the moonlight that struggles to pierce the canopy. Its roots, like the powerful knuckles of a sleeping giant, grip the earth. Take a slow, deep breath. The air is thick, warm, and sweet. It fills your lungs with the scent of night-blooming jasmine, of rich, dark soil, and the clean, mineral smell of wet limestone. Feel the humidity settle on your skin like a soft, silken blanket. There is a sense of immense age here, of a world that has been growing and breathing in this very spot for thousands of years. You feel an invitation in the air, a pull from the deep green shadows ahead. A narrow path, barely visible, opens in the wall of jungle. As you take a step forward, the leaves of giant ferns brush against you, cool and wet with dew. You are entering the heart of a living, breathing cathedral, its pillars made of ancient trees, its vaulted ceiling a canopy of interlocking leaves that filters the moonlight into shifting patterns of silver and black on the forest floor. The sounds of the jungle envelop you now, a gentle, immersive lullaby, the soft of moisture falling from leaf to leaf, the whirring of cicadas, a steady, hypnotic drone that seems to vibrate in the very air around you, the low, peaceful croak of a tree frog. These are not sounds of danger, but the sounds of a world in perfect, ancient balance, the sounds of a world at rest. You walk slowly, your footsteps making no sound on the soft, damp earth. The path winds gently, and then the trees begin to part. The dense canopy opens up, and you step out of the jungle and into a vast, silent clearing. And here, your breath catches, not in surprise, but in quiet awe. Before you, bathed in the full, silver light of the moon, rises a mountain. But it is not a mountain of earth and rock. It is a mountain of stone carved by human hands. A great pyramid, its base wider than any building you have ever seen, its sides rising in a series of 9 giant steps, a staircase for the gods to descend to earth. It is not pristine. It is a part of the jungle now. A thick blanket of moss, soft as velvet, carpets its lower stones. Great ropes of vines hang from its terraces, and trees have taken root in its crevices, their branches reaching out like arms in a silent embrace. The pyramid does not fight the jungle. It has accepted its embrace, and in doing so, has become something more than a monument. It has become a part of the living world. This is Tikal, or Palenque, or a city that lives only in a dream. Its name does not matter. What matters is the feeling it evokes within you, a feeling of profound antiquity, of a grandeur that has made its peace with time. You are standing in a great plaza, paved with immense flagstones that are cracked and tilted now, with soft grass growing in the spaces between. On all sides of the plaza, the dark shapes of other structures rise against the star-dusted sky. The long, low silhouettes of palaces, the sharp, jagged combs atop other, steeper temples. All are silent, all are sleeping, cloaked in the soft green mantle of the jungle. In the center of this immense quiet space, a single tree grows. It is a colossal ceiba tree, the sacred world tree of the Maya. Its trunk is immense, its pale, smooth bark glowing in the moonlight. Its roots spread out across the plaza, great, buttressed fingers delving deep into the earth, disappearing between the ancient stones as if to hold this sacred place together. You can almost feel them reaching down, down, down into the darkness of the underworld, the watery realm of Xibalba. And its branches, they reach up, 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 spreading wide into a canopy of their own, a living mirror of the starry heavens above. The Maya believed this tree was the center of the universe, a conduit that connected the three realms. Looking at it now, in the profound silence of the night, you understand why. It is a bridge between the earth and the sky, a silent, living axis for the turning of the cosmos. You feel a sense of peace settle over you, a deep calm that seems to rise from the very stones. This is not a place of ghosts. It is not a place of sorrow. It is a place of profound stillness, a city left to dream. The people who built this place did not vanish in a cataclysm. They simply walked away. Over generations, they let the jungle reclaim what was always its own, leaving these stone skeletons as a testament to the sky-faring, time-obsessed world they had so carefully constructed. You begin to walk, slowly, across the great plaza. Your path takes you toward a tall, slender stone monument, standing before one of the smaller temples. It is a stela, a carved stone pillar telling a story in a language of pictures and symbols. As you draw near, a soft, warm light seems to emanate from the stone itself, a gentle, inner glow that illuminates the ancient carvings. You see the profile of a king, his headdress an explosion of impossible, flowing Quetzal feathers. His earlobes are heavy with jade, and his expression is serene, powerful, his gaze fixed on a point beyond time. His hands are held in a ritual gesture, and all around him, the stone is covered in a dense pattern of glyphs. You do not need to understand their meaning to feel their power. Each glyph is a small, intricate world, a square containing a human face, a hand, a jaguar, a star. They are not letters, but ideas, compressed into beautiful, complex forms. They speak of dynasties and sacred dates, of the movements of Venus and the sun, of rituals that aligned the world of mortals with the world of the gods. You trace one of the glyphs with your finger, the stone cool and smooth beneath your touch. You are touching a thought, frozen in stone for more than 1,000 years, a story waiting for the right kind of silence in which to be heard. You see carvings of the great feathered serpent, Kukulkan, his jaws open as if to swallow the sun. You see the face of the rain god, Chak, with his curling snout and tear-filled eyes. And everywhere, you see the symbol of the world tree, its roots in the underworld, its branches in the sky, a constant reminder of the cosmic order that underpinned every aspect of their lives. These people lived in a world alive with gods and sacred meaning. The rustle of corn was the whisper of the maize god. The cry of a jaguar was the voice of the earth. The stars were not just points of light, but the living bodies of their ancestors and deities, moving in a celestial dance of infinite complexity and precision. Their cities were built to reflect this dance. They were cosmic maps, built of limestone and starlight, designed to catch the sun on the solstice, to mark the rising of Venus, to make the universe feel close, understandable, and alive. Your gaze is drawn back to the Great Pyramid at the heart of the city, the temple of the Great Jaguar. Its stone steps, though steep and worn, seem to invite you. They are a stairway to the stars, and you feel a gentle pull to ascend. You place your foot on the first step. It is cool and solid beneath you. You begin to climb slowly, meditatively. Each step is a deliberate, conscious movement. You are not in a hurry. You are climbing through time. With each step, the great plaza below grows smaller, the details of the surrounding temples softening into shadow. The air grows cooler as you rise above the jungle floor. The sounds of the insects begin to fade, replaced by the soft whisper of a breeze that moves through the tops of the great trees. You climb higher and higher, the world of the earth falling away, the world of the sky opening up above you. Halfway up, you pause and turn. Below you, the jungle canopy is a rolling sea of deep green and black, silvered by the moonlight. The tops of the other temples just break the surface, stone islands in a silent, vegetative ocean. It is a view of profound peace, a world where nature and human creation have found a perfect, sleeping harmony. You continue your ascent, your breath calm and steady, your body feeling light. Finally, you reach the top. You are standing on a small, flat platform before the entrance to a stone temple, a small, two-room structure crowned with an immense, decorative roof comb that seems to scrape the stars. From here, the sky is everything. The moon is a brilliant silver disk, and the stars are scattered across the blackness like diamond dust. There is no other light, no city glow to dim their brilliance. You can see the faint, cloudy river of the Milky Way arcing directly overhead, just as the builders of this temple saw it every clear night. This was their connection to the divine, their great, open book. You find a comfortable place to rest, leaning against the warm, ancient stone of the temple, and you look up into the endless deep. And as you gaze at the moon and the stars, a story comes to you, a whisper from the stones, a tale from the great Maya book of creation, the Popol Vuh. It is the story of the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque. Long ago, in the twilight of creation, the world was ruled from below by the cruel and cunning lords of Xibalba, the underworld. The hero twins, whose father had been tricked and sacrificed by these dark lords, were great ball players, and the sound of their game, the percussive of the rubber ball against the stone court, disturbed the lords in their shadowy kingdom. So the lords sent a summons, a trick to lure the twins down into the underworld, just as they had their father. But the twins were clever. They knew the tricks of Xibalba. They navigated the river of scorpions, the river of blood, the river of pus. They saw through the trick of the wooden mannequins sent to greet them. They faced impossible trials in the dark houses of Xibalba. In the House of Gloom, they used a firefly to light their cigars. In the House of Knives, they spoke to the blades and convinced them not to cut them. In the House of Cold, they huddled together for warmth. In the House of Jaguars, they fed the great cat's bones to keep them occupied. Their greatest trial came in the House of Bats, ruled by the fearsome Camazotes, the death bat. Hunahpu peeked out from their sanctuary, and the great bat snatched his head from his shoulders. Xbalanque was clever, though. He fashioned a new head for his brother from a squash, and convinced the moon, a friendly rabbit, to help him trick the lords of the underworld during their next ball game. In the end, through their courage and their wit, the hero twins defeated the lords of Xibalba, not with force, but with cleverness and magic. They knew they could not be killed, only transformed. So they allowed themselves to be burned in a great fire, their bones ground into dust and cast into a river. But from the river, they were reborn, first as fish, then as wandering performers who could work great miracles. They performed for the lords of Xibalba, sacrificing and resurrecting one another until the Dark Lords begged to experience the magic themselves. The twins sacrificed them, but this time they did not bring them back. They had conquered the underworld. Their great work done, they rose from the darkness. They ascended into the heavens, leaving the underworld forever, and there they remain for all time. One became the sun, the bringer of daylight and life, and the other became the moon, the guardian of the night, the watcher of dreams. You look up at the brilliant moon, and you see it now not just as a celestial body, but as one of the hero twins, a clever, triumphant guardian gazing down upon the sleeping world. The story settles into your heart, a myth not of brute strength, but of intelligence, resilience, and the ultimate triumph of light over darkness. And with that story echoing in your soul, you look down from your perch atop the pyramid at the silent city sleeping below, and you wonder about the quiet end of this magnificent world. There are whispers in the jungle, theories carried on the wind. Perhaps the rains, so sacred and life-giving, failed to come year after year, and the maize god fell silent. Perhaps the kings, in their quest for glory, fought too many wars, their rivalries bleeding the land and the people dry. Perhaps they demanded too much from the earth, and the soil, exhausted, could no longer feed the great cities. There was no single, dramatic end. It was a slow fading, a gradual letting go. Perhaps the people simply grew weary of the immense effort it took to maintain such a complex society, to feed the gods and the kings. Perhaps they decided, over a century or more, to return to a simpler way of life, to walk away from the stone monuments and back into the embrace of the forest, taking their stories and their gods with them. The cities did not die. They were simply put to rest, left to the care of the rain and the sun, the jaguar and the vine. The people did not vanish, they transformed. Their descendants still live in these lands, still speak the languages of their ancestors, still tell the stories of the world's creation. The great stone cities were just one chapter in a much longer story, and now they are sleeping. You feel a deep sense of peace in this understanding. This is not a place of loss, but of transition, a place of profound rest. The gentle night breeze whispers through the temple stones behind you. The air is cool and soft. You feel your own body growing heavy, your limbs relaxed and comfortable. The stone you lean against feels solid and supportive, a foundation of immense calm. The jungle below has become a single, breathing entity, its gentle chorus of sounds a perfect, soothing lullaby. The stars above are a blanket of infinite peace. You are safe here at the top of the world, cradled between the sleeping jungle and the watchful, starlit sky. Let the mystery of this place be a gentle comfort. There are no answers you need to find. There is only the peace of this moment, the quiet of the stones, the breath of the jungle, the light of the ancient moon. Allow your eyes to gently close. You can still see the pyramid in your mind, a great, silent guardian. You can feel the soft air on your skin. You are a part of the stillness here, a quiet observer in a city of dreams. And as the hero twin, the moon, continues his slow journey across the sky, watching over you, you can finally let go. Let go of all your thoughts, of all your worries. Let them dissolve into the vast, quiet darkness of the Mesoamerican night. There's nothing left to do but rest, to drift, to sleep, deeply, peacefully, cradled in the heart of the sleeping jungle. The stars above the jungle canopy begin to shift. The dense, humid air that cradled you at the summit of the pyramid begins to thin, growing cooler, clearer, as if you are rising effortlessly into the velvet darkness. The cacophony of the jungle's nocturnal life fades into a single, deep, resonant hum, and then into a profound and peaceful silence. You are drifting now in the quiet space between worlds, between stories carried on a current of starlight. The Southern Cross recedes, and the familiar patterns of the north begin to wheel slowly into view, a celestial map guiding you on your journey. Below you, the world is a tapestry of dark greens and silver rivers, which soon give way to the deep, shimmering cobalt of a vast sea. You pass over it in a moment that feels like an eternity, the gentle, rhythmic pulse of the waves, a distant lullaby. And then, land appears again. Not the lush, green land you left behind, but a high, rugged country of deep shadows and pale, moonlit rock. This is a land of sweeping plains and broad-shouldered mountains, a great plateau lifted high into the cool, clear air. You feel a gentle descent, a slow and easy settling, as if you are a single leaf carried on the night breeze. The air that touches your skin now is different. It is dry and cool and carries the faint, clean scent of dust, of stone, and of wild herbs growing in unseen crevices. You are coming to rest in the heart of Anatolia, the land of the dawn. Before you, rising from the windswept earth, is a city. It is not a city of jungle-swallowed pyramids or sun-drenched frescoes. This is a city of immense, cyclopean stone, a fortress of power built to command the very highlands. This is Hattusa, capital of the Hittites. Its great walls, fashioned from colossal, unmortared blocks of stone, trace the contours of the rugged hills, a stony serpent basking under the moon. Even in ruin, even in silence, they speak of unshakable strength. You find yourself standing on a wide, ancient road leading to a monumental gateway. The wind, a constant and living presence here, whispers around you, a soft, sighing sound that seems to hold the memory of 1,000 years. It is the only sound in this vast, empty landscape. Breathe it in, a deep, calming breath of cool, dry air. And as you exhale, feel any lingering tension dissolve, carried away on that ancient, whispering wind. The gateway before you is flanked by two immense figures carved from the very stone of the walls. They are lions. Their bodies are weathered by millennia of wind and rain, their features softened by time, but their power remains. One stands with its mouth agape in a silent, eternal roar, a guardian of stone meant to turn back any foe. The other looks forward with a serene, patient strength. They are not merely decorations. They are the spirit of the place, the embodiment of a people who saw themselves as lions among the great empires of the world. You pass between them, through the great lion gate, and the wind seems to fall quiet for a moment, as if you have entered a sacred and protected space. Inside, the city unfolds before you, a sprawling landscape of stone foundations under the soft, silvery light of the moon and a billion distant stars. There are no roofs, no bustling crowds, only the quiet, dignified bones of a mighty city, sleeping in a bed of stone. You begin to walk, your steps making no sound on the ancient, paved stones. You drift through the lower city, past the foundations of what were once homes and workshops, their stories now lost to the wind. The air is still and peaceful. This is not a place of ghosts, but a place of deep, profound rest. The silence here is a blanket, warm and heavy, settling over you, inviting you to let go of the day, to let go of all your thoughts, and simply be present in this timeless place. Your path begins to climb, following a wide processional way up towards the high citadel, the great fortress of Hattusa. The stones beneath your feet are worn smooth by the passage of countless chariots, soldiers, priests, and kings. As you ascend, the view opens up. The entire plateau stretches out around you, a vast, undulating sea of earth under a sky so clear and dark that the Milky Way spills across it like a river of powdered diamonds. The wind returns, a gentle caress on your face, a soft murmur in your ears. It speaks of power, of solitude, of the immense and quiet passage of time. You reach the summit, the heart of the empire. Here stood the royal palaces and the great temples. You can see the layout of massive halls, of quiet courtyards, of sacred inner sanctums. You find yourself drawn to one particular structure, a grand temple with a wide, open-air courtyard at its center. This was the house of the gods. The Hittites did not have just one god, or a dozen. They were known as the people of 1,000 gods. Whenever they conquered a new land, they did not impose their own deities. Instead, they welcomed the gods of the vanquished into their own pantheon. It was an empire built on inclusion, on the belief that every mountain, every river, every spring, and every foreign city had its own divine spirit, and all were worthy of respect. Imagine that feeling. A world so alive with divinity that every gust of wind, every flash of lightning, every ray of sun was a direct expression of the sacred. Here, in this courtyard, you can almost feel their presence. The cool stone beneath your hand seems to hum with a latent energy. The silent pillars seem to watch with a patient wisdom. And the vast, open sky above feels like the ceiling of a cathedral built for the gods themselves. And above them all was the greatest of their deities, the mighty storm god of Hatti, Tarhuna. He was the god of the sky and the weather, the king of the gods. His was the voice and the thunder that rolled across these high plains. His was the power in the lightning that split the darkness. And his were the life-giving rains that nourished the crops and filled the rivers. As you stand in the silent courtyard, you notice the stars begin to dim. Not because of the coming dawn, but because of clouds, gathering slowly on the distant horizon. A deeper coolness settles into the air, and you can smell it. The clean, electric scent of distant rain, the smell of ozone. A low, soft rumble, more a feeling in your chest than a sound, echoes from the mountains. It is the gentle, sleeping breath of Tarhuna. There is no fear in this sound. It is the sound of immense power held in perfect, peaceful reserve. It is the sound of life, of the promise of water for a dry and thirsty land. The wind picks up slightly, rustling through the dry grasses that have grown between the ancient stones. A soft, shushing sound, like a lullaby sung by the land itself. Let that sound soothe you. Let the feeling of the gathering storm, so far away, be a reminder of the deep, restorative power of nature and of sleep. Breathe in the cool, rain-scented air, and as you breathe out, feel yourself sinking deeper, deeper into a state of perfect calm. You turn from the temple and wander towards another part of the citadel. Here, you find the remains of a great library, a house of records. But there are no scrolls of papyrus or parchment here. The Hittites wrote on clay. You see them in your mind's eye, thousands upon thousands of clay tablets, neatly arranged on wooden shelves, a library of earth. Each one is covered in the intricate, wedge-shaped script of cuneiform, a silent testament to the life of the empire. There are letters from kings, legal codes, hymns to the gods, and great myths. But among them is one tablet of particular renown, a document that changed the course of history. You imagine reaching out and gently taking a perfect replica of it in your hands. It feels cool and solid, heavy with the weight of its meaning. This is a copy of the Treaty of Kadesh, the world's first known international peace treaty. Let your mind drift back, not to the heat of battle, but to the golden calm of its aftermath. Picture two great empires, the Hittites and the Egyptians, led by their powerful rulers who had fought to a standstill on the plains of Syria. Chariots of bronze and gold had clashed, and the fate of the ancient world had hung in the balance. But from this great conflict came not a victor, but a realization that continued war would destroy them both. And so, they chose peace. Imagine a scene bathed in the warm, golden light of a late afternoon sun. The Hittite king, Hattusili III, and the great Egyptian pharaoh, Ramesses II, two of the most powerful men in the world, meeting not as enemies, but as brothers. You see them exchanging vows, recorded forever on tablets of silver and clay. They promised to respect each other's borders. They promised to defend one another against any enemy. They promised an eternal peace between their children and their children's children. Feel the profound sense of stability and order in that moment. It was a promise etched in stone and earth, a testament to the wisdom that true strength lies not in conquest, but in harmony. As you hold the imagined tablet, you feel the deep calm of that ancient peace, a peace that lasted for generations, allowing both empires to flourish. Let that feeling of enduring peace settle over you. It is a peace that transcends time, a quiet assurance that even after the greatest of struggles, rest and resolution can be found. Breathe in that peace and let it fill you completely as you breathe out. You gently place the tablet back in its place among the silent archives. The stories are safe here, held in the earth from which they came. But as you turn to leave the library, the air changes once more. The distant rumble of the storm god has faded, and the wind carries a new scent. It is the scent of salt and of smoke. The end of the Hittite Empire was not slow, like the Minoans, nor was it a quiet abandonment, like the Maya. It was a sudden, catastrophic collapse, a mystery that still haunts the pages of history. From the east, the Assyrians pressed in. From the north, the Kaskians descended from their mountain strongholds. But from the west, from the deep blue of the Aegean, came the greatest threat of all. They were called the Sea Peoples. You see them now not as a charging army, but as a distant, abstract force, a dark tide rising on the horizon. They were a confederation of displaced peoples, a storm of humanity set in motion by famine, drought, and the collapse of other kingdoms. They swept across the eastern Mediterranean in their ships, and everything that was old and powerful seemed to break before them. You are safe here, a silent observer in the ruins of Hattusa, looking out from the high citadel. You see a faint, orange glow on the far western horizon. It is not the dawn. It is the light of burning cities, of palaces and ports consumed by fire. The wind that reaches you now is warmer, and it carries the faintest whisper of chaos, the last echo of a world tearing itself apart. The destruction of Hattusa was swift and total. One day, it was the heart of a mighty empire. The next, it was a smoldering ruin, its people scattered, its king vanished, its thousand gods silent. The fires burned so hot that they baked the clay tablets in the royal archives, preserving them by accident for future generations to find. A final, ironic gift from the flames of destruction. But you do not see the fire. You do not hear the screams. For you, here, in this quiet future, the end is simply a profound and sudden silence. The orange glow on the horizon fades to black. The wind dies down. The vibrant, living city of 1,000 gods simply ceases to be. It falls into a deep, dark sleep from which it will never awaken. The great empire of the Hittites, a superpower that had stood equal to Egypt, was gone. Their language was forgotten. Their history was buried under layers of earth and time. For 3,000 years, it was as if they had never existed at all, their memory surviving only as a brief mention in the Old Testament. They fell into darkness, becoming one of history's great lost civilizations. And now, you are standing in the aftermath, in the deep, unbroken peace that follows the end of all things. The clouds have passed, and the stars have returned, brighter and clearer than before. The air is cool and still. The great stone lions at the gate stand guard over nothing but silence. The foundations of the temples and palaces rest in perfect stillness. This is the peace of deep time, the peace of a story that has been told. The power, the glory, the chaos, the collapse, it has all passed. All that is left is the enduring stone, the silent earth, and the vast, peaceful sky. Find a comfortable place to rest here, amidst the quiet stones of the high citadel. Lie down on the cool, smooth rock and look up at the sea of stars. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to see. The story is over. The wind returns one last time, a soft, gentle whisper that flows through the empty doorways and across the open courtyards. It is not a mournful sound. It is a sound of release. It is the world breathing a long, slow sigh. Breathe with it. A deep, slow breath in, filling your lungs with the cool, clean air of the high plateau. And a long, peaceful breath out, releasing everything, letting go completely. The stones beneath you feel solid and supportive, holding you, grounding you. The vastness of the sky above you gives you a sense of infinite space, of limitless peace. The great Hittite empire has fallen into darkness, a deep and dreamless sleep. And now, you can follow. Let the silence of Hattusa become your own. Let the stillness of the stones enter your body, relaxing every muscle, calming every nerve. Let the vastness of the Anatolian night sky fill your mind, washing away any remaining thoughts. The empire of 1,000 gods has fallen silent. The storm god, Tarhuna, is quiet. The great lion gate guards only memories. The clay tablets have told their tale. And now, there is only this moment, this perfect peace, this deep, profound quiet. Drifting, floating, sinking into the deep, dark, restorative sleep of the ages. Allow yourself to be lost in the darkness, a quiet and comforting darkness, like the earth that covered this city for 3,000 years, protecting it, preserving it, and giving it a long and profound rest. It is your time to rest now, deeply and completely. The cool, ancient stone of the Hittite citadel holds the memory of the day's warmth, a gentle heat that radiates upward through your clothes, into your resting form. You are here under the immense, clear sky of Anatolia, a silent witness to the silent ruins of Hattusa. The wind, your constant companion on this high plateau, whispers through the foundations of forgotten palaces and past the feet of the great stone lions who still guard the empty gates. It is a sound of pure emptiness, a sound of time itself. Listen to it now, It is not a mournful sound, but one of profound peace, the sound of a story that has been told, of a great power that has found its final, quiet rest. Each star above is a pinprick of silver light in a blanket of deepest indigo, and you feel as though you could simply float upwards, dissolving into that endless, peaceful dark. But the wind is changing. Breathe in and notice the dry, earthy scent of the high plains, the fragrance of dust and stone and hardy, wild thyme begins to shift. At first, it is almost imperceptible, a subtle current within the greater flow. But then it grows stronger, a ghost of a scent carried from a world away. It is the fragrance of spice, of something resinous and warm. It is the scent of frankincense, of myrrh, of cinnamon bark warmed by a distant sun. It is the perfume of the caravan routes, the ancient arteries of trade that carried not just goods, but dreams and stories across the vast wildernesses of the world. Let this scent be your guide. Let the wind lift you gently from the stones of Hattusa. You do not need to move. Simply allow yourself to become lighter, as if you are made of moonlight and air. The ruins below shrink into a pattern of soft shadows on the earth. The rugged mountains of Anatolia soften, their sharp peaks melting into rolling hills, and then into vast, sweeping dunes of sand. You are drifting now across a great sea of starlit desert. The world below is a masterpiece of silver and shadow. The crest of each dune is edged in moonlight, a delicate, glowing line, while its lee is a pool of the softest, deepest darkness. The silence here is different from the silence of the plateau. It is a heavier silence, a silence that absorbs all sound, a silence that has been building for millennia. You can feel a gentle, rhythmic swaying, a slow and steady rocking that soothes the very core of your being. You are part of a caravan, a long, slow-moving line of camels, their soft footfalls making no sound on the deep sand. You are wrapped in warm wool, protected from the desert's cool night air, and the gentle, rocking gait of the great beast beneath you is a cradle, lulling you deeper and deeper into a state of perfect tranquility. The air is crisp and clean, and the stars are so bright, so numerous, that they seem to spill down the sides of the sky. The Milky Way is a river of diamond dust, a celestial path leading you onward, to a place hidden from the world, a secret held in the heart of the mountains. For hours, or perhaps for moments, you drift in this timeless procession. There is no destination, only the journey. There is no thought, only the feeling of the slow, swaying rhythm, the scent of spice on the cool air, and the breathtaking canopy of stars above. You are a traveler on the ancient incense road, a pilgrim seeking not a shrine of gold, but one of stone and silence. And then the rhythm changes. The gentle rocking ceases. The caravan has stopped. Before you, rising from the desert floor like a sleeping giant, is a wall of mountains, a vast and jagged cliff face that seems to block all passage. The moonlight bathes it in a soft, ethereal glow, revealing shades of pale rose and deep violet in the rock. It seems impassable, an end to the journey. But your guides, the silent, robed figures of the Nabatean people, know the secret ways. They dismount, their movements fluid and quiet, and you feel yourself gently guided to your feet, the sand cool and soft beneath you. They lead you forward, not towards the imposing mountain face, but towards a place where the mountain seems to have cracked open. It is a sliver of darkness, a narrow fissure in the rock, no wider than a few paces. This is the entrance. This is the sick. As you step from the open desert into this narrow canyon, the world changes completely. The immense, star-filled sky is gone, replaced by a thin, dark ribbon of indigo far, far above. The temperature drops, the air becoming cool and still, carrying the faint, clean scent of damp stone. The silence of the desert is replaced by a new kind of silence, a deeply resonant quiet that seems to emanate from the very walls around you. The walls of the Sikhs soar hundreds of feet into the air, leaning in towards each other as if sharing a secret. They are not sheer, flat cliffs, but are sculpted by millennia of wind and water into fluid, organic shapes. They curve and swell, undulate and flow like petrified waves. And the colors, in the faint light filtering from above, you can see that the rock is a tapestry of impossible hues. It is a stone of rose red, yes, but it is so much more. There are bands of pale salmon and deep crimson, swirling veins of saffron and ochre, ribbons of cream and lavender. It is as if a painter dipped a brush in 100 sunsets and painted the inside of this mountain. You reach out a hand and touch the surface. It is cool and surprisingly smooth, like worn silk. As your eyes adjust, you begin to notice the details. Carved into the base of the wall on your left is a long, straight channel, a stone gutter lined with a substance like waterproof cement. On your right, another channel, this one made of interlocking terracotta pipes. These are the arteries of Petra. This is the evidence of the genius of the Nabateans, who captured the rare, precious flash floods and channeled the water for miles, deep into the heart of their city, allowing a metropolis to bloom in the heart of the driest desert. You can almost hear it now, a ghost of a sound, the gentle gurgle and flow of fresh, clean water, the lifeblood of this hidden kingdom, echoing softly in the narrow chasm. Let that imagined sound wash over you, a sound of life, of ingenuity, of peace. You walk on, your footsteps muffled by the sand on the canyon floor. The Sikh twists and turns, a natural labyrinth designed to protect the secret within. With every turn, the anticipation builds, a gentle, quiet curiosity. The sliver of sky above begins to lighten, shifting from deep indigo to a soft, pre-dawn violet. And then, you see it. Through a final, narrow gap in the rock, you catch a glimpse of something impossible. A sliver of a colossal facade, a perfectly carved column, a hint of an ornate sculpture, all glowing with a warm, flickering light. It is as if you are looking through a keyhole into a world of dreams. You take a few more steps, and the Sikhi opens up, revealing a wide, sandy plaza. And there, before you, stands Al-Khazna, the treasury. It is not a building. It is a piece of the mountain that has been taught to dream. Carved directly from the living, rose-red cliff face, it is a symphony of Hellenistic-inspired architecture, a 40-meter-high facade of breathtaking beauty and perfection. And it is not lit by the dawn. The entire plaza before it is covered in hundreds, perhaps thousands, of simple paper lanterns, each holding a single candle. Their collective light bathes the treasury in a soft, golden, flickering glow that makes the stone seem to breathe. The light dances across the Corinthian columns, catches in the deep-cut shadows of the friezes depicting gods and mythical creatures, and illuminates the great, mysterious urn at its very peak, rumored to have once held a pharaoh's treasure. There is no sound but the gentle sigh of the breeze moving through the canyon. You stand in absolute awe in the presence of something truly sacred. This is not a treasury for gold, but a treasury for souls, a magnificent tomb created as a testament to eternity. Breathe in the stillness of this place. Feel the profound peace that radiates from the warm, glowing stone. This is a place of quiet contemplation, a place to let go of the world outside and simply be. The candlelight flickers, casting long, dancing shadows. Let your own thoughts flicker and dance, and then let them settle. Let them become as still and as silent as the stone kings who guard this place. You feel a gentle pull to move onward, deeper into the city that sleeps in this hidden valley. You drift past the treasury, your feet making no sound on the sand, and the canyon widens further. Before you now lies the street of facades, a long avenue flanked on both sides by towering cliffs. And carved into these cliffs are dozens of smaller, simpler tombs, their square doorways and simple, crow-stepped designs like silent, watchful eyes. They are the eternal homes of the Nabatean people, a necropolis, a city for the dead that is more magnificent than most cities for the living. Further on, you see the Great Theater, a vast semicircle of seats that could hold thousands, also carved not from quarried blocks, but directly from the side of the mountain. Imagine it full, not with people, but with silence. Imagine the only performance here now is the slow passage of the moon and stars across the stage of the sky. You can rest here, if you wish, on the cool stone seats, and feel the immense, peaceful emptiness of this place. The Nabateans were a people of the desert, masters of its harsh beauty. They were nomads who learned its secrets, who found its hidden springs, who could read the stars to navigate the trackless sands. They grew wealthy by controlling the trade in frankincense and myrrh, precious resins that were worth more than gold, used in temples from Rome to the Indus Valley. And with that wealth, they returned to this secret place and carved their devotion, their dreams, and their reverence for the afterlife into the very bones of the earth. Their gods were here too, in the stone. You can feel their presence. You can feel Dushara, the Lord of the Mountain, the chief deity of the Nabateans. He was not represented by a statue, but by a simple block of stone, or more often, his presence was simply understood to be the mountain itself. He is all around you now, the soaring cliffs, the silent tombs, the very ground beneath your feet. Feel that solid, grounding, peaceful presence, a god of stability, of strength, of eternal quiet. And you can feel the presence of Al-Uzza, the powerful goddess whose name means the Mighty One. She was associated with the planet Venus, the morning and evening star. As the pre-dawn light continues to grow, you can look up to the brightening sky and perhaps see her, a single, brilliant point of light, watching over this sleeping city. The Nabateans welcomed the gods of others, blending them with their own, creating a pantheon as rich and varied as the colors in the sandstone. It was a culture of quiet tolerance, of graceful adaptation. And that is how their light began to fade, not in a great cataclysm of fire or earthquake, but in a slow, gentle absorption. The Romans came, not as conquerors with swords, but as administrators and engineers. The trade routes shifted. New sea lanes were discovered that bypassed the long, arduous desert caravans. The wealth that flowed into Petra slowed to a trickle and then stopped. The city did not fall. It simply emptied. The people drifted away, family by family, seeking new lives in the wider Roman world. The sound of the stonemason's chisels fell silent. The chatter in the marketplace faded. The gurgle of water in the stone channels ceased as they slowly filled with sand. It was a slow exhalation, a gradual return to the silence from which it was born. The city was not destroyed. It was bequeathed back to the desert, to the wind, and to the stars. It became a secret once more, its entrance hidden by the shifting sands, its existence fading into local legend, a ghost city in a lost canyon. And in this slow, gentle fading, there is a profound lesson for sleep. It is a reminder that all things, even the busiest of days, the most pressing of thoughts, can be allowed to gently fade away. They do not need to be fought or conquered. They can simply be released, allowed to drift away like the last of the Nabatean people, leaving behind a great and peaceful silence. Find a place now to rest. Perhaps you ascend the steps carved into the cliffside, leading to the high place of sacrifice, a flattened-out mountain summit where you can lie down on the smooth, cool stone and look out over the entire sleeping city. Or perhaps you find a quiet, empty tomb chamber, its interior walls worn smooth as glass, its doorway a perfect frame for the brightening sky. From your vantage point, you look down at the treasury far below. The candles in the lanterns have been burning all night, and now, one by one, their flames begin to flicker and die. A soft gust of wind extinguishes a dozen at once. Another sputters and fades into a wisp of smoke. Slowly, the warm, golden light recedes, and the treasury is given back to the natural light of the coming dawn. The rose-red stone blushes in the first soft rays of morning. The shadows soften. The world is painted in pastel shades of pink, orange, and gold. The silence is absolute. It is the silence of deep time, of a beauty that has outlasted empires, a peace that has settled deep into the rock. This peace is for you. Breathe it in. Let the silence of Petra fill your mind, smoothing away the edges of your thoughts. Let the stillness of the ancient stone seep into your bones, releasing all tension from your body. You are safe here, in this lost city, held in the heart of the desert. The world of worries is 1,000 miles and 1,000 years away. There is only the cool air, the silent stone, and the vast, quiet sky. Feel the weight of your body, heavy and relaxed, sinking gently into the surface beneath you. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your own breath, as slow and steady as the shifting of the desert sands. The light of Petra is fading from your mind's eye now, not into darkness, but into the soft, welcoming twilight of deep and restful sleep. The rose-red city is a dream, and you are drifting within it. You are becoming part of its silence, part of its peace, part of its eternal, beautiful rest. Let go now. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to see. Simply allow yourself to drift, to float, to fade into the deep, quiet, peaceful sands of time and sleep. Deep, deep sleep. The soft, rising sun of Petra has warmed the rose-red stone around you, and as you rest, the light itself seems to dissolve the world. The canyon walls, the treasury, the silent tombs. They all become translucent, fading into a liquid gold, a warm and shimmering haze that holds you suspended in a place between worlds. The warmth on your skin remains, but the dry desert air grows heavy, thick with moisture, and the scent of dust and myrrh is replaced by the rich, deep fragrance of wet earth and living green. The golden haze slowly condenses, not back into stone, but into 1,000 shades of emerald and jade. You are no longer in a desert canyon, but beneath a vast and living canopy. The light is different now, filtered and gentle, falling in soft, dappled shafts through leaves the size of shields. The air is a warm, humid breath, carrying the songs of strange, unseen birds and the low, constant hum of a world teeming with life. Each breath you take is thick with the scent of blooming orchids, decaying wood, and the deep, clean perfume of rain-soaked soil. You have traveled not just across space, but deep into the river of time, to a place more ancient, a world more primal. You have come to the Olmec Heartland. You find yourself standing on a soft, dark path, a trail that feels more like a memory than a creation, worn into the earth by the passage of countless quiet feet. The ground is a cushion of fallen leaves and moss, silencing your every step. All around you, the jungle presses in, a cathedral of towering ceiba and rubber trees, their trunks wrapped in the loving embrace of thick green vines. The air is so still, you can hear the gentle drip of water from a broad leaf onto the forest floor, a sound like a slow and steady heartbeat. There is no destination in mind, no map to follow. You are simply drawn forward, deeper into the green stillness, a gentle current pulling you toward a profound and sleeping mystery. The path winds gently, following the contours of the land. You pass beneath curtains of hanging moss that shimmer like silver thread in the dappled light, and beside ferns that unfurl in perfect, hypnotic spirals. This is a world that has been breathing for millennia, a place where time itself moves differently, not in a straight line, but in slow, concentric circles, like the rings of a great tree. As you walk, a sense of immense peace settles over you. The ceaseless hum of the jungle is not a noise, but a form of silence, a background harmony that soothes the mind and allows your thoughts to soften and drift away. You feel the warmth of the air on your arms, a gentle, consistent embrace. You are safe here. You are welcome here. The path opens slightly, leading you into a small, sun-dappled clearing, and it is here that you see it. At first, it is just a shape, a presence, a great, rounded mound of dark gray stone, half swallowed by the patient, green tendrils of the jungle. It seems a part of the landscape, a natural formation. But as you draw closer, as your eyes adjust to its form, you realize with a slow, dawning sense of wonder that it is a face. It is a head, colossal and serene, resting in the soft earth as if it had just laid down for a nap 1,000 years ago. It is immense, taller than you are, and carved from a single, seamless block of dark, volcanic basalt. You approach it slowly, reverently. The air around it seems to shimmer with a quiet power, a stillness that commands respect. You reach out a hand and touch the cool, smooth stone. It is covered in a thin, velvety layer of green moss, soft against your fingertips. The stone beneath is solid, eternal. You can feel the sheer weight of it, the density of its being. This is a piece of a mountain carried here through impenetrable jungle, shaped by forgotten hands into a form of sublime and quiet majesty. You let your eyes trace its features, each one a study in peaceful strength. The face is broad, the features full. The nose is wide, the cheekbones high and smooth. But it is the mouth and the eyes that hold you captive. The lips are thick and full, slightly parted as if in the middle of a silent, eternal breath, or on the verge of speaking a word of profound wisdom. There is no tension in them, only a deep and settled calm. The eyes, half closed beneath a heavy brow, gaze not outward at the world, but inward into a vast landscape of dream and spirit. This is not the face of a king preparing for battle, nor a priest in the middle of a ceremony. It is the face of a soul in deep contemplation, a being who has understood a fundamental truth and is now at perfect peace with it. A helmet, or an intricate headdress, fits snugly on the head, its surface carved with subtle, flowing patterns that you can just make out beneath the moss. It seems both a sign of authority and a form of protection, not from enemies, but perhaps from the sheer intensity of the spiritual world this being inhabits. Who was this? A great ruler, whose likeness was meant to anchor his power to the land itself. A revered ancestor, whose gaze offered comfort and continuity to his people? Or was it something more? The portrait of a shaman, captured in the moment of his journey into the other world, his face a mask of tranquility, while his spirit danced with jaguars and flew with eagles. The questions arise in your mind not as problems to be solved, but as gentle ripples on a still pond, expanding outwards into the quiet mystery. There is no need for an answer. The presence of the great head is answer enough. It's simply, and its existence is a testament to a people who could dream on a scale as massive and enduring as the volcanoes from which they drew their stone. You spend a long, peaceful time in the presence of this stone guardian, feeling the jungle breathe around you. The shafts of light shift as the sun moves across the unseen sky, painting new patterns on the face, illuminating a curve of the cheek here, a detail of the headdress there. You feel as though you are not just looking at it, but that it is sharing its deep, silent stillness with you. The worries and concerns of your own world seem so small, so distant in the face of this timeless, sleeping giant. Eventually, you feel a gentle pull to continue your journey. You give the great head one last, lingering look and turn back to the soft, winding path, carrying the image of that profound peace within you. The path leads you onward, and soon the jungle canopy opens up above you, revealing a wider expanse of soft blue sky. You have entered a much larger clearing, a vast green space of low, rolling, man-made hills. These are not the sharp stone pyramids of the Maya you once visited in your travels, but great, symmetrical mounds of earth, their forms softened by millennia of sun and rain, now covered in a seamless carpet of thick green grass. This was a ceremonial center, a place where a civilization gathered to honor its gods and map the cosmos. You walk through this quiet, empty space. The only sound is the whisper of a gentle breeze rustling the leaves of the surrounding jungle and the distant, melodic call of a bird. You approach the largest of the mounds. It rises before you like a soft, green volcano, its cone shape a tribute to the mountains that birthed the very stone of the great heads. This was a sacred mountain, built by hand, basketful by basketful of earth, a monumental effort to create a connection point between the flat, wet lowlands and the spirit-filled world of the sky. You can feel the intention here, the sacred geometry hidden beneath the grass. This was a place of power, but a gentle power, a place of community, of shared belief. You imagine the air filled not with the smoke of sacrifice, but with the fragrant smoke of copal incense. You imagine the sound of rhythmic drumming, of chanting, of people moving together in slow, ceremonial dance. You imagine this entire green space alive with color and sound, a vibrant heart beating in the center of the vast jungle. Now, all is quiet, all is still, but the peace remains. The power has not vanished, it has simply gone to sleep, absorbed back into the patient earth from which it came. As you wander across the sacred precinct, you notice a smaller stone, an altar perhaps, resting near the base of a smaller mound. It is dark and intricately carved, and as you draw near, you see a recurring and fascinating image. It is a creature, a being, that is part human, part jaguar. You see the body of a small, seated child, but the face is transformed. The mouth is downturned in a distinctive snarl, revealing toothless gums. The eyes are almond-shaped, deep-set, and seem to gaze into another reality. It is the face of the were-jaguar. You run your fingers over the smooth, cool carving. This is not a monster to be feared. In this world, the jaguar is the most powerful creature of the jungle, a master of the day and the night, moving with silent grace and lethal purpose. It is a spirit animal, a shaman's other self. To become the jaguar was to cross the threshold between the physical and the spiritual. It was to gain the jaguar's night sight, to see into the hidden truths of the universe. It was to walk with the power of the wild, to understand the cycles of life and death, to become a guardian for the people. You see this snarling, infant-like face, not as a threat, but as a symbol of immense spiritual power and transformation. It is the face of a soul in transit, caught between two worlds. The artists who carved this understood that power was not always beautiful in a conventional sense. Sometimes it was fierce, raw, and primal. The Olmec looked deep into the heart of the jungle and into the heart of the human spirit, and saw the jaguar looking back. Resting for a moment on the soft grass, you close your eyes and listen to the symphony of the jungle around you. And in the stillness, you can almost feel the deep legacy of this mother culture. It was here, in these humid lowlands, that so many seeds were first planted. The idea of a sacred game, played with a rubber ball, a ritual that was both sport and cosmic drama, echoing the movements of the sun and moon. The first, hesitant scratches on stone that would, over centuries, blossom into the complex hieroglyphic writing of the Maya. The first patient observations of the stars, the first attempts to chart the cycles of time, to create a calendar that could hold the past, the present, and the future in a single, sacred count. All of these powerful ideas began here, nurtured by the people of the jaguar, the people who carved mountains. They were the source, the deep well from which later Mesoamerican cultures would draw their inspiration and their worldview for thousands of years. And then, a profound question drifts into your mind, as soft and quiet as the jungle mist. Where did they go? What happened to this great and foundational culture? There are no signs here of a violent end, no shattered walls or evidence of a great war. The story of their decline is a softer, deeper mystery. The sun is beginning its slow descent, and the golden light of late afternoon filters through the trees, casting long, soft shadows across the green mounds. In this gentle, fading light, you begin to understand the most mysterious part of their story. Before they left, before their cities grew quiet, the Olmec did something extraordinary. They put their gods to sleep. You imagine a slow, solemn procession, the people gathering, their faces painted for a final, great ceremony. You see them carefully, lovingly, taking down their sacred monuments. The great stone altars, the stelae carved with their leaders and their myths, and even the colossal heads themselves. They were not smashed or defaced, they were buried. With immense effort, they dug deep trenches into the earth, into the sacred ground of their ceremonial centers. They lined these pits with colored sands and clays, creating a final resting place for their powerful stone creations. Then, slowly, deliberately, they lowered the great heads into the earth. They laid them to rest, turning their serene, contemplative faces toward the dark, quiet soil. they covered them with layers of earth, burying their own world, not in an act of desecration, but as an act of supreme reverence. It was as if they were closing a great cosmic cycle. They were returning the spirit of the stone to the spirit of the earth. They were preserving their world by putting it into a deep, magical sleep, protecting it from the passage of time, waiting for a distant future when it might be reawakened. It was a culture choosing to fade away like the setting of a primordial sun, a slow and graceful withdrawal, leaving behind only whispers and sleeping giants. The mystery of why they did this is a beautiful one, because it allows for quiet contemplation. Perhaps the rivers that were their lifeblood changed their course. Perhaps their faith evolved, and they were called to a new way of being, a new spiritual journey. Or perhaps they simply understood that their time was over, and they chose to depart with a grace and dignity that matched the serene power of their art. The last rays of sunlight are now painting the sky in hues of orange and deep violet above the dark silhouette of the jungle canopy. The air cools, and the daytime hum of insects begins to give way to the gentle, chirping chorus of tree frogs and the first calls of night birds. You find a place to rest, leaning back against the base of one of the great earthen mounds. The ground is soft, the air is warm and still. You look out across the clearing where the shadows have now completely consumed the smaller altars and carvings. In the deep twilight, you can just make out the shape of a colossal head, which archaeologists in our own time have brought back from its long slumber. Its face is dark, barely visible, but you know its expression. You can feel its immense, peaceful presence in the gathering dark. It is resting. It has been resting for 3,000 years, cradled by the earth, dreaming its long, slow dream. The Olmec people put their world to sleep, and in doing so, they have invited you to do the same. Feel the soft, warm air on your skin. Listen to the gentle, rhythmic sounds of the jungle night. There is nothing for you to do, nothing to solve. You are simply here, in this ancient and sacred place, held in the deep peace of a world that knew how to rest. Just as the Olmec people laid their sacred monuments down in the soft, dark earth, you can now lay down your thoughts, your worries, your plans for tomorrow. Let them be buried in the rich, fertile soil of slumber. Let them rest. Let them sleep. The great stone faces are dreaming in the earth all around you. The spirit of the jaguar is moving silently through the deep, green darkness. And you too can now join this ancient, profound, and peaceful slumber. Drifting away now, deeper and deeper, into the quiet heart of the Olmec night. Sleep now, sleep. From the deep, green heart of the Olmec lands, a gentle lifting sensation begins. You feel yourself becoming lighter than the humid air, lighter than the mist that clings to the ancient earthen mounds. The colossal stone head, with its serene and heavy slumber, remains below, a silent anchor to a world of deep time. You drift upwards, slowly, peacefully, rising above the canopy of the great jungle. The world transforms into a breathing tapestry of infinite green, threaded with the silver of hidden streams. The air grows cooler, clearer, as you ascend into the deep, velvet stillness of the night sky. The journey is not one of speed, but of gentle release. You are a thought, a dream, a whisper carried on the high, silent currents that circle the world. Below you, the vast expanse of the ocean unfolds, a dark mirror reflecting the diamond dust of the cosmos. There is no sound up here, only the feeling of movement, a slow and graceful passage across the sleeping waters. The curve of the earth is a soft, dark line against the endless stars. You are crossing the great abyss, the ocean that separates continents and ages, and you do so in perfect peace, in perfect quiet. Hours seem to pass in a single, elongated moment. The constellations above shift with an imperceptible slowness, their ancient light guiding you on this ethereal voyage. And then, far ahead, another continent begins to take shape. First, a faint, warm glow on the horizon, the prelude to a moonrise you will not wait to see. Then, the land itself, a vastness of pale sand and dark, sleeping rock. A long, impossibly vital river cuts a path through the arid expanse, a ribbon of shimmering, liquid silver under the starlight. This is the lifeblood of an ancient world, the Great Nile. You descend now, just as slowly as you rose. The air changes. The soft humidity of the jungle is replaced by a profound dryness, a clean, mineral scent of sand and stone and millennia of sun. You drift over the western bank of the river, over a silent landscape of sleeping villages and dark, date palm groves. Ahead, monumental shapes rise from the earth, structures of such immense scale that they seem to be a natural part of the geology, mountains carved by forgotten gods. Your gentle descent brings you towards one such place, a vast temple complex, its outer walls and great pylons standing like silent, colossal sentinels against the star-dusted sky. This is Medinet Habu, the mortuary temple of a great pharaoh, a place of eternal memory. You come to rest just outside its towering gateway, your feet touching the cool, sandy ground with no sound at all. The silence here is deeper than any you have known. It is a silence composed of stone, sand, and starlight. The desert wind whispers around the massive walls, a soft, sighing breath that has been telling the same story for 3,000 years. The temple is a fortress of memory, a library of stone, and tonight, its pages are open only to you. You feel a gentle pull, an invitation to walk forward through the first great pylon. The gateway is a canyon of carved stone, and as you pass through it, the outside world seems to fall away completely. You are now inside a vast, open courtyard, surrounded by towering columns and walls covered in intricate carvings. The moon has risen now, full and white, casting long, stark shadows across the flagstones. The air is cool and still. Your gaze is drawn to the walls. In the ethereal light of the moon, they seem to glow with a soft, internal luminescence. Every surface is covered in images, in stories, in hieroglyphs that hold the secrets of a lost world. You begin to walk, your steps silent on the ancient stones, your path guided by the silent narrative carved into the sandstone. You trace the walls with your eyes, following the procession of gods and kings, of offerings and rituals. But your journey tonight leads you to a particular story, a great and final testament from the end of an age. You find yourself standing before a vast relief, a scene of immense complexity and energy, frozen forever in the stillness of the stone. Here, the great pharaoh, Ramesses III, stands in his chariot, a figure of divine calm amidst a storm of activity. His bow is drawn, his form perfect and serene. Before him is a chaotic scene of battle. The Egyptian soldiers are depicted in orderly, disciplined ranks, their spears and shields a pattern of reassuring regularity. But their opponents are different. They are a whirlwind of motion, a confederation of strangers. You lean closer, letting the moonlight reveal the details. These are the invaders, the mystery, the tide that broke upon the shores of the ancient world. The stone has captured their strange and varied appearance with incredible care. One group wears helmets with sharp, pointed horns like the crescent moon. Another wears distinctive, fluted headgear, almost like a crown of sculpted metal. And another, most striking of all, wears tall headdresses made of a cascade of feathers, flowing behind them as they charge into the fray. Their faces, carved in profile, are a catalog of unknown peoples, a puzzle of origins. The stone does not tell you where they came from, only that they came. They are simply the peoples of the sea. There is no sound of battle here, no clash of bronze, no shouting, no fear. There is only the deep, profound silence of the temple and the whisper of the desert wind. The chaos is contained, held eternally still within the stone. It is a memory, a story told in a calm and reverential space, and you can observe it from a place of perfect peace, a safe and distant shore in time. You feel no alarm, only a quiet sense of wonder, a deep curiosity about this frozen moment of cataclysm. You continue your slow walk along the temple wall, following the narrative as it unfolds. You round a corner into another vast court, and here the story continues, moving from the land to the water. Before you is one of the most famous reliefs in all of Egypt, a great naval battle. The scene is a tangled web of ships and men upon a stylized sea, represented by neat, zigzagging lines carved into the stone. The Egyptian ships are solid, familiar, their sails neatly furled, their decks manned by rows of archers, calm and ready. But the ships of the sea peoples are strange and new. Their high prows are carved into the heads of giant, watchful birds, their single sails filled with an invisible, ancient wind. The ships are locked together, a floating, struggling mass. Men are falling from the decks, their bodies captured in graceful, acrobatic arcs as they descend into the stone water. But here, in the moonlight, it is not a scene of terror. It is a silent ballet, a dance of forms. The figures are not dying. They are simply suspended for all time in a state of falling, their limbs forever reaching, their mouths forever open in a silent, carved cry. The Egyptian soldiers use grappling hooks to pull the enemy ships close, their movements precise and methodical, even in the heart of the stone chaos. High above it all, the pharaoh watches, a symbol of eternal order against the tide of entropy. You reach out, and your fingers gently touch the cool, smooth surface of the sandstone. You can feel the shallow indentations of the carvings, the lines that form a ship's mast, the curve that depicts a feathered headdress. You are touching the end of an entire world, the Bronze Age, as it was remembered by its last great kingdom. Who were these sea peoples? The question hangs in the silent air, a mystery as vast as the desert sky. The inscriptions give them names that sound like echoes, like half-forgotten words. The Shurden, the Peliset, the Tjeker, the Luca, the Denian. Each name is a ghost, a clue to a lost identity. Were they pirates? A league of displaced nations? Were they fleeing a famine, a drought, a collapsing world of their own? The stone does not say. They are a shadow, a force of nature, a human storm that swept across the calm, ancient waters of the Mediterranean. And as you stand here, in the profound peace of the temple, you feel your awareness begin to expand, to drift away from the stone walls. You float upwards once more, rising above Medinet Habu, and your mind's eye looks out across the great, dark sea to the north. You are looking back in time, seeing not with your eyes, but with a deeper kind of knowing. You see the coast of what is now Syria and the great port city of Ugarit. You do not see a battle, but you see its aftermath. You see a city of silent, empty streets and a soft orange glow rising against the night sky. It is not a terrifying fire, but a slow, gentle consumption, like the embers of a vast campfire burning down to signal the end of a long day. The last desperate letter from its king, pleading for help that would never arrive, has already turned to ash, its message scattered on the wind. Your perspective drifts further west over the island of Cyprus, where the embers of other cities glow with the same soft, mournful light. And then you are over the high, rocky plateau of Anatolia, where the mighty Hittite Empire once stood. You see the great lion gates of their capital, Hattusa, the city you have visited before in this journey. But now it is also glowing, a silent, smoldering ruin under the stars. The empire of 1,000 gods has fallen into darkness, its cities burned, its people scattered, its language soon to be forgotten for millennia. The storm of the Sea Peoples was not just a battle, but a world-ending tide. All across the eastern Mediterranean, the old order is crumbling. The great palace economies, the intricate trade routes that carried copper and tin, pottery and grain, the letters between great kings who called each other brother. All of it is dissolving. It is the end of an epoch, a great collapse. And from this high, dreamlike vantage, it is not a cacophony of destruction, but a great and solemn quiet. It is the deep, collective exhale of a world letting go, the silence that follows a great and final chord. It is the coming of a long, dark age, a time of forgetting. But you do not linger in these visions of ruin. They are but distant echoes, stories told by embers and ghosts. Your awareness drifts back to the safety and stillness of the present moment, back to the cool stone and the soft moonlight of Egypt. You are standing once more within the sacred walls of Medinet Habu. The story of the Sea Peoples is over, their chaos forever contained and silenced by the carver's hand. The temple has done its work. It has held the memory, preserved the story, and transformed a violent end into a timeless, peaceful monument. The world outside may have fallen into a dark age, but here, within these walls, order and memory remained. The moon is higher now, a brilliant pearl in the ink-black sky. The shadows are sharp and clear. You find a quiet place to rest on a low stone ledge in the great silent courtyard. The stone is cool and smooth beneath you, a comforting anchor in the deep ocean of the night. The desert wind continues its soft, ceaseless song, a lullaby of sand and time. The carved figures on the walls around you, the pharaoh, the soldiers, the sea peoples with their feathered crowns, have all fallen silent. Their eternal struggle is over for the night. They are sleeping now, sleeping in the stone, waiting for the sun to warm them once again. And you can join them in their deep, profound rest. Let the great silence of the Egyptian night envelop you. Let the coolness of the ancient stone soothe you. The story of the collapse is finished. The chaos has been tamed. All that remains is this perfect, unshakable peace. There are no more journeys to make tonight, no more stories to witness. There is only the stillness of the temple, the vastness of the desert, and the gentle invitation to let go. Feel your body growing heavy, comfortable, and deeply relaxed on the cool stone. Feel your breathing slow, becoming as soft and rhythmic as the whispering wind. The mysteries of the sea peoples can be left to the sand and the stars. Their ships have sailed into the mists of time. Their cities have turned to dust. Their age has come to a close. And now, your own day is coming to a close. It is time for your own quiet, your own dark age of peaceful, dreamless sleep. Let the silence of Medinet Habu be your silence. Let its strength be your comfort. Let its timelessness be your peace. You are safe here in the heart of this ancient memory, cradled by the deep, dark, and healing quiet of the desert night. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. The stone ledge beneath you is cool and solid, an anchor in the vast, silent sea of the Egyptian desert. The air, so dry and warm just moments ago, begins to change. A new coolness settles upon your skin, not the sharp chill of the desert night, but a soft, pervasive dampness, carrying the scent of salt and ancient, sleeping earth. Look up at the sky. The stars, those brilliant, diamond-hard points of light that have guided us across continents and through millennia, begin to soften. Their edges blur, wavering as if seen through a pane of ancient, imperfect glass. They swim gently in the deep velvet of the night, their light transforming from a silver fire to a diffuse, milky glow. The sharp silhouette of the temple walls of Medinet Habu dissolves, its edges fraying into the encroaching softness. The great stone courtyard seems to lose its form, its substance, the carved histories of pharaohs and sea peoples melting like sandcastles in a slow, phantom tide. The ground beneath you is no longer stone. It is yielding. It is soft. It is the fine, dark silt of a riverbed, cool and gentle against you. The silence of the desert is replaced by a new kind of quiet, a profound and resonant hush that is not empty, but full. It is the deep, muffled hum of the abyss, the sound of immense, slow-moving water. You are not falling. You are not sinking. You are simply drifting, a gentle, weightless journey downwards, through a medium that is not air, but something thicker, kinder, more embracing. There is no need to breathe, for every part of you is already breathing in this profound peace, this liquid serenity. The pressure that builds around you is not a weight, but a secure and comforting embrace, a swaddling blanket woven from time and tide. Slowly, as your eyes adjust to this new, dim world, a landscape reveals itself below. It is a world bathed in a soft, ethereal twilight, a perpetual dusk of green and silver. Light filters down from a distant, unseen surface, a sun or a moon that exists in another realm. Its rays diffused and softened as they pierce the deep water, dancing in slow, hypnotic patterns on the world below. This is not the barren floor of the ocean. This is a land, a drowned kingdom. You are drifting through the dream of Doggerland, the lost Heartland that once bound a continent together, now sleeping peacefully under the gray blanket of the North Sea. Your gentle descent continues, bringing you closer to this ghostly terrain. Below you, a forest of skeletal trees reaches up towards the world of air they will never touch again. These are the spectral forms of ancient birch and pine, their bark long since gone, their wood stained dark by the centuries. They stand in silent, patient groves, their branches interlocked like the fingers of sleeping giants. Small, silvery fish drift between them like forgotten thoughts, their scales catching the faint, descending light. There is no wind here to stir their branches, only the slow, deep currents that move like a collective sigh, a timeless exhalation. You drift over these silent woods, following the path of what was once a great river. You can see its course clearly, a wide, meandering ribbon of pale sand and smooth, dark stones, carved into the soft earth. This was the artery of Doggerland, a freshwater highway that gave life to this vast plain. You can almost feel the memory of the cold, clear water that once flowed here, rushing towards a sea that was then many days' walk away. You can almost hear the whisper of the wind in the reeds that once lined its banks, the distant call of a waiting bird. Now, there is only the profound, deep silence of the water, a quiet that holds all those lost sounds within it. Beyond the river and the phantom forests, the land opens into vast, rolling plains. They are not flat, but marked by gentle undulations, soft hills and shallow valleys that once knew the warmth of the sun and the tread of immense herds. Here, you can imagine the deep green of summer grasses, dotted with wildflowers. You can picture the great aurochs, ancestors of all cattle, grazing peacefully, their dark coats shimmering in the Mesolithic sunlight. You can see the shadows of red deer moving through the trees at the edge of the plain, their antlers like earthbound branches. All of it is still here, held in perfect, silent suspension. The shape of the land remains, a memory preserved in the cold, dark water, safe from the noise and hurry of the world above. It is a world held in a deep and dreamless sleep, and you are a gentle guest within its slumber, your own consciousness slowing, softening, and deepening to match its ancient, peaceful rhythm. As you drift closer to the silty ground, your attention is drawn to a small object, half buried in the dark earth. The currents have swept the silt away just enough to reveal its form. It is a piece of flint, expertly knapped, its edges still holding the memory of their sharpness. It is an arrowhead. Its creator sat, perhaps, on the bank of that great river, a fire crackling nearby, and with patient, skillful hands, struck stone against stone, creating this perfect tool, this instrument of survival. Feel the weight of its story, the intention held within it, the focus of the hunter, the flight of the arrow, the life it sustained. The stone now rests here, its purpose fulfilled 10,000 years ago, a single, solid thought in the quiet dream of the deep. A little further on, nestled amongst the smooth stones of the riverbed, is another shape. It is a point, carved from the antler of a great deer. It is a harpoon head, barbed and elegant. Along its side, a series of delicate, geometric lines have been etched into the bone, a pattern of unknown meaning. Perhaps it was a mark of ownership, a prayer for a successful catch, or simply the expression of a human mind that sought order and beauty. Hold that image in your mind. The fisher, standing in a simple boat woven from reeds and hide, casting this very point into the clear, cold water, feeling the powerful pull of a great fish. The story is not lost. It is simply sleeping, here in the deep, waiting for a quiet mind like yours to listen. These are not just artifacts. They are echoes, whispers from a people who lived and dreamed on this land. You drift over a place where a settlement might have been, a cluster of huts made from wood and animal hides near the river's edge. There is nothing left to see, of course. Time and the water have washed it all away. But you can feel the warmth of it, the ghost of a hearth fire, the phantom sound of voices and laughter, the sense of community, of family, of belonging to this place, this green and fertile heartland. They lived their lives by the rhythm of the sun and the seasons, their world bounded by the horizon and the slow, steady flow of their river. And now, allow yourself to feel the change that came to their world. Do not feel it as a catastrophe. as a violent end. Feel it as they would have, as a slow, gradual, inexorable transformation. Imagine standing on the coast of this land, looking out at the sea. Every year, the highest tide reaches a little further inland. The winter storms seem a little stronger, pushing the salt water into the freshwater marshes, turning the green reeds brown. The great river begins to flow more slowly, its mouth widening, becoming a vast, brackish estuary. The change is not measured in days or weeks, but in lifetimes. A grandfather tells his grandchild of a time when the forest grew, where now there is only a salt marsh. A hunting path that was once dry year-round is now flooded in the spring. There is no panic. There is no flight. There's only a slow, thoughtful retreat. Families pack their few belongings, their tools of flint and bone, their warm furs, and they walk. They move to higher ground, further inland, following the herds of deer and aurochs who are also, in their own silent way, sensing the change in the world. They are not leaving their home behind. They are simply taking their home with them. For home is not the land itself, but the people, the stories, the skills, and the memories they carry. Feel this slow rising of the water as a gentle, lulling rhythm. The tide comes in and goes out, but each time it comes in, it claims another inch of ground. The sea is not an enemy. It is simply destiny. It is the world breathing, shifting, changing, as it always has. The great ice sheets to the north, giants of a frozen age, are sighing their last cold breath, and their tears are melting into the ocean, causing it to rise. It is a process so vast, so slow, so powerful, that it is like sleep itself. A slow, steady tide of slumber, rising to claim the waking world. As you float in this drowned world, you feel this process not as a memory, but as a present reality. The rising water is the deepening of your own relaxation. The land letting go of the sun is your mind letting go of the day. The slow retreat of its people is your own gentle withdrawal from wakefulness, moving inward to the higher, quieter ground of your own deep consciousness. This story of Doggerland is not a singular event. It is a deep, foundational memory that sleeps in the collective soul of humanity. As you drift here, in this specific, real, drowned place, you can feel it connect to 1,000 other echoes, 1,000 other myths. You can hear the whisper of Atlantis, the tale of a magnificent island continent that sank beneath the waves in a single, terrible day and night. You can feel the sorrow of Lyonesse, the fabled land of Arthurian legend, with its 140 churches, now lying silent between the coast of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, its bells said to ring out during a storm. You can sense the dream of the city of Is, the beautiful Breton capital, protected from the sea by a single great gate, a gate that was opened by a lovelorn princess, allowing the ocean to rush in and claim the city forever. These are just stories, you might think, but all stories have a source. All myths are born from a seed of truth, a memory that has been passed down through countless generations, changing its shape, its name, its details, but never losing its essential core. The memory of the rising waters, the memory of a world that was lost. The memory of Doggerland is perhaps the oldest and deepest of these seeds, a real geological event experienced by our ancestors, so profound that it has echoed through our dreams and our stories ever since. It is the archetypal memory of loss, of change, and of the awesome, quiet power of nature. And now, your journey is coming to its final, peaceful close. You have traveled from the sun-drenched stones of Crete, across the dusty plains of the Indus, through the deep jungles of the Maya, and over the wind-swept plateaus of the Hittites. You have witnessed empires rise and fall, cities bloom and fade. You have walked through history and myth, following the long, slow thread of human memory. And now you have come to the source, a place before history, before empire, before stone was built upon stone. A world of pure nature, a sleeping dream at the bottom of the sea. There is nothing left to see now. The gentle, filtered light from the surface world begins to fade. The soft, green twilight of the deep slowly deepens into a rich, velvety blue. The last ghostly shapes of the ancient trees dissolve into the growing darkness. The pale ribbon of the riverbed vanishes. The darkness that surrounds you is not empty. It is a comforting, peaceful, absolute dark. It is the dark of the deep ocean, the dark of the womb, the dark of the most profound and restful sleep. The gentle currents that have guided you on your journey now cradle you in one place. They are a slow, steady rhythm, like the breath of the sleeping planet. The soft pressure of the water is a secure and perfect blanket, holding you safely, holding you completely. Let go of the last threads of the waking world. Let go of the stories, the images, the journey itself. They have served their purpose. They have brought you here, to this place of perfect peace, of absolute stillness. All that remains is the deep, dark calm, the silent pulse of the ocean, the feeling of being held, weightless and secure, in the heart of a great and ancient peace. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Simply be. Simply rest. Simply sink into the deep, dark, peaceful water of sleep. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Sleep.